morning. Hopefully everybody's doing okay this morning. I am honored to be on your TV, Lucky. Good morning. Good morning. Hopefully everybody's doing okay this morning. I am honored to be on your TV, Lucky. Why am I hearing two of me? Good morning. Good morning. Hopefully everybody's doing okay this morning. Oh, I see. I am honored to be on. For some reason, Twitch decided it was a cool idea because I have it up in my have it up in my have it up in my window over here. For some reason, when I minimized my channel, it said, "Oh, we're just gonna keep the channel on." At least I can hear myself, so that's a good thing. Now I can't hear the music that I have playing. Ah, the struggles. Why is it so soft? There we go. Just gotta find the right sweet spot, you know? Just gotta find that right little spot where, and not hit my microphone. Right little spot where music can play, but it's not obscene. So I hope everybody's doing okay. Got very warm in my house all of a sudden. Air conditioner's coming on. Good. Hope we are going to continue on what we did yesterday before my internet decided, hey, we're feeling a little sleepy, you know? Feeling a little tired. Don't really feel like working today. So we're going to continue on our batch painting goblins. We're going to continue on with the skin. I finished the first base coat on all of them yesterday after stream was over. So we're moving on. We're going to add in some, not ethereal green, orc hide. We're going to add some orc hide into our base coat color. To create sort of a transitional color here. Again, we're doing this on all these goblins, so that is that's the fun part about batch painting, is you end up doing the same step over and over and over again. But we're gonna finish the skin probably today at least. And this color we're gonna put almost all over the model, because this is going to be the skin color that we want most of the goblin to be. No, that's why. This is the transition between the base tone and the skin tone, and the mid-tone. This is, we're going to leave the darkest parts of the model, like, still the darkest green that we put on there, so. How's your day, Lucky? I know it just started for you. It started for me, too. Fish for 264 11 sand while I worked. Nice. My day's good. Can't really complain. I don't have any errands to run actually today, which is nice. I've been doing a lot of running this week, it feels like. Oh, your parents are coming to visit? That's cool. For any particular occasion, or just coming down to see you? Ah, okay, cool. That makes sense. You're actually getting on an airplane? That's crazy. Well, I mean, you know, it is kind of like a little vacation for them. They get to hang out with with all your animals. Excuse me, folks. Yeah. Well, I would say not to be nervous about flying commercial, but I would just say the flying itself is not the problem. I haven't had a problem on actual planes, but when it comes to like the airport and flights being delayed or on time or that shit, that's been the big issue recently with my flying experiences. Yeah, I understand that, uh, but I haven't really had any issues with the planes themselves. Statistically, I mean, you know this. Statistically, flying is safer than driving your car, so, you know. Heh. Did you hear my flight story from our recent trip? It's probably the worst flight that I've had in a long, long time. That's a good question. When was that statistic figured out? Pretty sure it was figured out before the Trump administration, so that means it's accurate. Oh, well, let me tell you the story. Because my wife and I, and our son, who is 2, and factors into to the story, of course. But you know that. Uh, so my wife and I and my son, my 2-year-old, we're all flying up to visit her family, which is in Pittsburgh, and we're flying out of Augusta, where we live. But the the flight usually goes like this. The Augusta Airport only flies out of 2 places. It only flies out of it will fly into Atlanta or Charlotte, depending on what airline you're taking. So if you're taking Delta, it'll fly into Charlotte. If you're taking, no, other way. Wow. Delta flies into Atlanta. American flies into Charlotte. Those are the two airports that you fly into when you fly out of Augusta. There aren't any direct flights, unfortunately, because it's just a small regional airport. So we're flying out of Augusta, and we're flying to Charlotte. And as we get onto the plane, after we've boarded and everything, because that went off just fine, we had no issues there. After we've got onto the plane, we get a notification on our phones that says, your flight from Charlotte to Pittsburgh has been canceled. It's not Pittsburgh. We were flying into Philly, actually, but that's neither here nor there. Your flight out of Charlotte to Philadelphia has been canceled. So, we're like, okay, well, that's not good. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do when we get to Charlotte. And we just kind of resign ourselves to that. But as we're sitting on the plane, which is taking forever to take off, because apparently there was some like issue or something that they were dealing with. We don't know, but it was a long time before that flight took off. It was very delayed. And as we're doing that, so we just turn our phones back on or off of airplane mode, and we're like, okay, well, we'll just, might as well just do this while we wait on the plane to take off. So we turn our phones back on, and we get another notification saying that we've been rebooked, which is great because our flight was canceled. So obviously you want your flight to be rebooked. And we're like, okay, great. But the flight has been rebooked so that now we're flying into Charlotte, and then we fly out of Charlotte, North Carolina, into Raleigh, North Carolina. And our layover in Charlotte is going to be less than an hour. This plane is already late taking off, mind you. So, we're thinking, oh crap, we're going to miss this flight. There's absolutely no way in hell we make this flight. So, we then get underway, and we're thinking the whole time, like, okay, we're either going to have to run to the gate to make our flight to Raleigh, or we're going to have to, just miss that flight and then try to get on the next one or whatever. Or see if we can just get a flight to Philly. And so we're just sort of mentally preparing ourselves for that. And once we land, we have to wait for them to get our checked bag, because they made us check our. I think they made us check. Yeah, they made us check the stroller, which is like it was like a folding travel stroller for our 2-year-old. And he's doing fine this whole time, I should point out. He doesn't seem to be bothered at all. He's having a good time on the plane. And yeah, so we have to wait on that, and the whole time we're waiting on that checked stroller, we're just like, it's valet checked, so we had to wait on the travel bridge for them to bring it out. And we're just like, all right, come on. They're taking forever to bring it up. It may not be taking forever, but it feels like forever when you're waiting on something like that. So we're waiting for this, and the whole time we're just thinking, oh, we're gonna miss this flight. We're gonna miss this flight. We're gonna miss this flight. And as we get the stroller, and as we're leaving, we've got like maybe 5 minutes before we have to board this next flight from Charlotte to Raleigh. And we're like, we're moving as fast as we can because we know they don't close the doors right away, so we might be able to make it. So we're just like, all right, we're gonna try to make it. We're gonna try to make it. We're gonna try to make it. So we're power walking over there as fast as we can, and our son is in the stroller, and he's he's enjoying the trip because he gets to go fast in the stroller, which, if only all of us were so easily entertained. But so we run to make this flight, and as we're running, I notice on my phone that flight's been delayed. So I'm like, yes, thank God, because there's no way we would have made it otherwise. So we make it there in time, and we board that flight, and we take that flight to Raleigh. So the flight to Raleigh is fine, but then we have a second layover in Raleigh, and that layover is for 6 hours. We land there about noon, and our flight is taking off at 6 p.m. around about theirs. And mind you, our original flight plan, we would have been in Philly at 2 p.m. This is 4 hours from when we were originally supposed to land. So we're killing time, and around 5:30 or so, we're kind of like, all right, well, let's head over there, and they'll start boarding in just a few minutes. And if you've never been to the Raleigh airport, you're not missing much, because there's not much there. It's basically just one long stretch of nothing. And we are sitting in this airport, and this is before we headed to the plane. We wanted to go to the USO because my wife is a veteran, and we tend to go to the USO and hang out when we're at airports because it's a good place to rest, and they've got areas for kids and stuff like that. But the Raleigh USO, for some godforsaken reason, is outside of security. So that means if we wanted to go to the USO, we would have had to go back through security and all that stuff. I'm just like, I don't want to do that, I don't want to have to go back through security. I got TSA pre-check, but I still don't want to have to go through all that again just to go to the USO for who knows how long. So we can't go to the USO, which is our usual go-to, and we can't, and there's not really much else to do. There's no, airline lounges or anything like that, for our, rewards card or anything like that. We don't have anything like that to go to, in the Raleigh airport. It's very small. So we are just like, okay, well, let's, just kill time as best we can. We'll walk around. Maybe we'll go to, the Starbucks and stuff like that. So that's what we've been doing that's what we do for the 6 hours in between our flights. So it's around 5:30, and we're thinking, oh, well, it's too early to, go get dinner or anything like that. We'll just wait for our flight, hop on the flight, and then we'll get something to eat when we land in Philly. And as we are going to our flight, we see this crowd of people standing outside the gate, and we're just like, and we talked to one of the guys who's standing there, and we're like, hey, is this the 6:30 flight to Philly? And he turns to us and he says, this is the 4:30 flight to Philly. we got on the plane and we were forced to deplane because of the weather. So they've been waiting there as well. And we're like, oh crap. And that's the gate that we were assigned to, is the gate that they're hanging out at. So that means our flight's probably going to be delayed too. Sure enough, it was. Our flight was delayed from from 6 to 7. It was 6:30 to 7:30, so we had 2 more hours to wait before we could board our plane. So we're like, okay, well, I guess we'll go get dinner. And we go get dinner at this nice little sit-down restaurant, and it's at the restaurant where I start to realize that that our toddler is starting to become increasingly more hyperactive, because he barely got a nap that day because we've been flying all day. So he's definitely starting to get the sleepy zoomies, which is like, he's tired, but he's awake, so he wants to like play and stuff like that, and basically keep himself awake, because he's like, he's wired, man. He's ready to play, ready to do, and it's late, and it's super late, super past his bedtime. And we're like, okay, what are we doing here? Like, we're gonna have to, we're hopefully gonna get on this flight tonight, but there's no guarantees at this point. So we get our dinner. It's nice enough. There's not a whole lot of stuff for us to eat in the airport because we're vegetarian, and there's only really like fast food joints in this place. There's a couple of places, but like, we're just like, we don't want any of that. So this place is nice enough. We sit down, we eat, we have dinner, and then by the time we finish our dinner, it's about time for us to fly again. And we leave the restaurant and we go to the gate and we sit and we wait 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 and we wait. 8:30 rolls around and we're still not on the plane. The plane was supposed to have been boarded an hour ago. And we're like, okay, what's going on? So apparently there's weather, and they're waiting for the captain to like tell people that they can board. And we're still waiting on the plane, and it's not until around 9 o'clock, to make a long story short, that we finally end up boarding this plane. It's 9 o'clock. And we finally get on the plane, and we land in Philadelphia at around 11:30 p.m. We're tired, Her dad comes up, because he's my wife's dad comes to pick us up, and we're waiting at the baggage exchange, the baggage pickup, and we see all the bags go by, and our luggage never arrives. Oh yeah, I was cranky and I was sore as well, especially since I'm lugging around a toddler as well. So our baggage never comes. And I go to the baggage claim office, and I say, okay, where are our bags? And the baggage claim officer, she says to me, oh, your bags are on the next flight. And it's coming in at 12:30. We can't not have our bags. It's got all of our son's bedtime stuff in it. And it's got his pillow, it's got his blanket. It's got everything. We can't not have it. Because when we get to the Airbnb, we've got to, he's got to go to bed, man. Because he's been up for so long. So we can't not have the bags. So I go back out there and I say, okay, you guys go to the Airbnb. I'll wait for the bags. I'll just stay here in the Philadelphia airport and wait for the bags. So there you go, because he's tired, you can tell, but he's still wired, so he's like crazy, but I'm not going to force him to stay in the airport any longer than he has to in order to get just to get these bags. So they are, they go back, they go to the Airbnb, and I sit and I wait for the bags. And I find the baggage claim area where they're going to be. And I see on the display that the plane that they're supposed to be coming in on is delayed. It's now not arriving till 1:06 a.m. So I just say, okay, well, I guess I'm waiting even longer. And I wait, and it's not until around 1:15 a.m. that the bags start coming down from the on the baggage carousel. And I get the bags, call an Uber to take me to the Airbnb, and I don't get to that Airbnb until around probably about 2:30 a.m. Hey, J Hall. That is by far the worst travel experience that I've ever had. But I've never had that bad of an experience before. It's the worst travel experience I've ever had, but that's the only really bad travel experience I've ever had. There you go. That's my story time. You've just been painting happy little goblins. Ooh, stuck on a train. I don't know what stuck on a train would be like. We don't really have trains here in America, unfortunately. I'd love it if we had some sort of train system. I mean, we have Amtrak, I guess, but that's not widespread enough, and I've never ever taken it before because I mean, like, there's hardly any stations. It feels like. Yeah. Yeah, it's honestly America not having a rail system is probably one of the dumbest things in the world. I mean, we used to have a country used to be connected by rail long, long time ago. I mean, you would take a train to go everywhere, but then like the use of like cars and highways and stuff like that became so widespread that they were just like, oh, we don't need trains anymore to ferry people, and especially with like with like planes and stuff like that. I don't know exactly when that turn happened, but I don't know. It's really dumb that we don't have a national rail service, but that's not the dumbest part of America. So we're gonna get political on the painting podcast stream. It's almost like a podcast because you guys are probably listening to me more than you are watching me, which is fine with me. Hang out. That's all I'm doing. I've never been on a train in America. I did a semester in abroad in the UK, and I took trains when I was there. So, but that's the only time I've ever been on a train. I loved having a train system. Oh, you are watching. Well, good. I'm glad. Let's do the wild ones next. Yeah, if I were in Japan, I would use trains too. They've got the, the bullet train and stuff like that over there, so that makes the most sense to me. Yeah, yeah, J Hall. I can imagine that planes would be, or that trains would be much cheaper than flying or anything like that. I mean, like, it's one of the things. It's like I always thought it was funny when I was in the UK that people would complain about the trains. Uh, for me, I'm just like, wow, this is just great that I could just hop on a train and be in London. And whereas if I was in America, I'd have to get in my car and drive. I don't have the option to just walk to the train station, which I did when I was there. Can't really walk anywhere over here because we're very spread out. Our cities are designed that way. They're not designed to be walkable, they're designed to be drivable. Yeah, Lucky, when did you go to Japan? I would love to go to Japan. It's one of my bucket list locations. So I of course want to go to like Tokyo, and but I want to spend like maybe like I want to go to like Tokyo for like a week, or not a week, maybe like a couple of days in Tokyo because it's kind of scary to me that city that big. But I want to go to like Kyoto and see the shrines, and then maybe like see Mount Fuji and stuff like that. That would be my ideal thing, and then maybe stay at a hot spring. That would be great. That would be my ideal Japan trip. I don't want to go see all the anime stuff personally, but I'd rather take in the history. Hey, Alec, lurk away. Oh, nice. Very nice. Apologies to everyone, by the way. I'm working on doing the cross-stream chat. It hasn't really worked out for me. Hasn't really worked well for me recently, so I've got to fix that. The on-screen chat bot, so everybody can see what everybody is saying. So I've been doing the cross-stream thing. I've been trying to get that to work right, but I've got to figure that out. Yeah, I think Kyoto and Osaka were your faves. That's awesome. Yeah, I really want to go at some point. Maybe before I die. But yeah, I think that what you're saying, Jay Hall, about like learning a lot from the Japanese rail system. I think that I think a lot of countries need to like start learning from each other more. And when I say a lot of countries, I think America needs to start learning from other countries more. We've been doing our own thing for long enough. It hasn't really been working. There's some stuff we need to work on, some stuff we need to improve, and we need to take a leaf out of other countries' books, I think. So that's just me. And the rail system is just one of those things that we need to work on. All right. A nice national rail system. I think that, be nice. I think a lot of people would use it. All right. These I never actually got to paint on stream yesterday. These are the ranged characters for the goblins in the new Hero Quest. They've got like ranged weaponry. My brush is getting a little dry. Just get some more water. I'll have to neaten up my wet palette here in a second because they got some water on there. Yeah, that's a very good point. America has the economic and academic might to bring the best the world has to offer, and yet they don't. And that's because we get in our own way, man. Get in our own way. Because we let stupid things like pride and all sorts of bullshit get in our way. And most of the time, the problem is money. As silly as that sounds, it's money. It's because people always have to be making money. The biggest problem with America nowadays is that money controls everything. It controls politics, the lobbies. It controls our healthcare system. It controls transportation systems. controls academics, it controls the press. Money controls everything. And when I say money, I mean large corporate interests. If you ever wonder, why don't Americans do X? It's usually because there's no profit in it. Or because some large corporate interest is against it. It's the only reason why marijuana was so illegal for so long in the United States. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, 2020 was not a good time to come to the United States for obvious reasons. But yeah, the reasons why marijuana was illegal in the United States for so long was not because, well, this is a controlled substance that's bad for you. Or even that it is bad for you. It was because the lumber industry wanted to control hemp production because they wanted people to buy trees to print paper and not hemp for paper and fabrics and stuff like that. That was the initial reason. And hemp and marijuana are two very different things. But then also, the war on drugs was basically just veiled racism. But, that's a story for another time. I do blame Nancy Reagan. I blame Ronald Reagan for a lot of the problems we have in this country. He's the reason why we don't have a nationalized. Okay, buddy. You can rant later. Alec on Twitch said that wants to unmute, but he'd love to rant later. Yeah, the war on drugs was basically a huge excuse to arrest minorities. And Ronald Reagan was a big part of that. And the reason why we don't have a national mental health care program anymore, he went and he basically cut all the funding for it so that all the national asylums or mental care facilities basically got nixed. So we don't have that anymore. We also don't have national hospitals anymore. Which were not run by the state, but receive public fundings, or state hospitals or anything like that. Because all that's owned by private Medicare, or private companies now. And the insurance companies basically control the price of medication. So, there you go. And the worst thing that ever happened to American politics was Citizens United, when they decided that money was speech. Oh, the work culture? Yeah, that's a fun one in the United States. We don't really offer that much time off, and they're not really required to offer that much time off. And your company has to provide health insurance to you, or you just don't have health insurance usually. So if you don't have a job, you don't have health insurance because it's usually too expensive to buy your own health insurance. Yeah, it's real fun being an American sometimes. But those are the things that I care about. A lot of the culture war bullshit that you see on part of my French on the news, I could usually care less about because I just want people to be able to live their lives and not have to worry about the government telling you who you can and can't be. Most of that is like, why are we worried about this? But the big things that I care about are things like workers' rights, health care for people, and the environment. Those are the things that I generally care about when it comes to American politics and policies, because I want people to be able to live their lives comfortably before they anything else. You know, that's just me. I think it's stupid that the environment has gotten pulled into politics. We all live on this damn planet. If we destroy it, guess where we don't have any. Guess where we don't have anymore. A place to live. So, go figure. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. Is that's very much the American mindset nowadays, which is money, 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 me, me. How does this benefit me? How does this benefit me? And that's just sad. Because I think everybody's entitled to be able to live their own lives happily and freely, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. I mean, you shouldn't have to worry about who you are or what you want to do in this life. That's just me. And that's my political rant for the day. Excuse me. I want to live with the near a train station with my cat and paint miniatures. Life would be so easily. That doesn't sound like too bad of an existence to me. I mean, me personally, I just want to be able to, take care of my family, paint my miniatures, and occasionally play a few board games or some sessions of Dungeons and Dragons with my friends. That's all I want out of this life. It's a simple existence. I don't need to be a millionaire. I don't need to be a great success. I don't need to change the world. Just gotta, you know, just want to be able to live life peacefully and comfortably. I don't think that's too much to ask. I think that's what most people want, honestly. Most people just want to live life comfortably and peacefully. I think the vast majority of people do not give a shit what other people do. The vast majority of people just want to be able to live their lives. Excuse me. and not have to worry. I think just the people who think they know how you should live your life are very loud. You want to play D&D again, Lucky? I mean, I'm down. I'm always down. We are almost done with this transitional layer. You didn't do bad last time. You did a great job last time playing D&D, Lucky. It's just scheduling always gets in the way. It's always the final boss of any D&D campaign or any D&D like game is scheduling. But I'm down to play again. Maybe we can. I know Alex says he wants to run another one shot at some point. Maybe we can convince him to run a one shot for us. No, you did great. I mean, it was a pretty self-contained mystery, so Alec has said that before that he wants to run more one shots. He didn't say it right this moment, but he's hearing me right now, I'm sure. Said he's lurking, so I'm sure he wouldn't mind running some one shots for us at some point. But I would love any excuse to play D&D. Almost done with this transitional color here. Just got one more after this guy. Alrighty. This is a unique model. This is a goblin witch? Shaman? I don't know exactly what the miniature is called, but she's a solo print. She's got very skinny arms. I think this is from the Jungles of Delthrak expansion for HeroQuest, which is interesting because there's actually a goblin witch character in the new one that just came out, the Crypt of Perpetual Darkness. But there's no mini for her in there. Oh, sorry, folks. Trying to improve my posture. Make sure I sit up when I'm painting. I have a bad habit of like leaning over like this and like really destroying my back. I think that most people who paint have that problem though. You tend to lean in, and that's mostly because you want to be able to like get as close to the model as you can, so you make sure you're getting all your paint and stuff like that. I think it's actually a wand. Or it might be a dagger. I can't tell. I know it's not a gun. I think it's a dagger, though. I want to say. Alrighty. Done with that color. Now we're moving on to just the straight up mid-tone, which is going to be orc hide. Yeah, I know it's not a gun because there's no guns in HeroQuest. Yeah, they're like pointing it menacingly or something. I don't know exactly what the deal is, but you know, let them do their thing, I suppose. This is going to be our mid-tone. So this is what most of the skin is going to look like. But we are going to leave some recesses just for the darkest bits. I really like this skin color for the goblins. There we go. Little toesy woesies. Here we go. Make sure I get that nose. I will text you my address. I will text that to you this afternoon, probably, after I get off stream. Ears. Arms. Hands. One of the annoying things about these sculpts for excuse me again, I keep coughing for some reason. For these original HeroQuest, or for these HeroQuest remake goblins, is just fingers in on this hand here are kind of fused together. Super annoying. It's one of those things that you deal with when you're dealing with, you know, these are board game miniatures. They're not like high-end models. You really shouldn't expect them to be if you... But one of the things that I'd love to see, and this is something that will never happen, is I'd love it if, like, Hasbro would partner with a company that makes premium miniatures and, like, come out with a line of premium HeroQuest models. That are just, like, designed for people like me who like to paint their HeroQuest models. And really, like, you know, some like a premier set of figures that are just highly detailed, high quality plastic miniatures. And that's all they are. It's just the miniatures. You're not buying a whole game set. Even use the same similar sets and poses. They're just high-end plastic miniatures that you can purchase independently for your HeroQuest game system. I'd love that. They'll never do that, but I'd love that. There are companies out there who do make a little more detailed sculpts of the HeroQuest miniatures. There's a bunch of, like, places where you can buy, like, 3D printed models and stuff like that, which is awesome. I would just love a licensed product, I guess. Just in the sense that, like, you know, I could get, like, a barbarian that's in the same pose as the barbarian from the HeroQuest set. And it looks exactly the same, except it's higher quality plastic and it's more detailed and better to paint. Yeah, no, I definitely have seen other games with paintable miniatures. And I mean, this is HeroQuest. Lucky what I'm painting right now. These guys are from HeroQuest. They're monsters that you can fight in HeroQuest. But yeah, no, I mean, like, you know, I paint my Warhammers and all that stuff, and but I'm just saying, I think that Hasbro's missing a trick, not having a premium line of miniatures for their board game. But you know, that probably would be too expensive for them, and that might affect their bottom line or their shareholders. Just knowing Hasbro, if in order to do that, they'd have to lay off another entire department in order to be able to afford that, so they could give their CEOs a bonus. Sorry, I won't get political anymore. But Hasbro, if you want to send me free stuff, I'll gladly shill for you. I'm an American, so I'm obviously mercenary. I think putting the midtones on is one of my favorite parts of painting any figure. Just because you start to see the actual, like, life come into the figure. You start to see, oh, this is what this guy is gonna look like. Unless of just, oh, this is, you know, the shade tone. I'm doing the midtones, and it is because it's lighter paint. I will, you know, this is basically what this is basically the color that the model is going to be, or the mini is going to be. It's not a model. I didn't assemble it. But yeah, it's this is basically what color it's going to be. So yeah, the paint is lighter. And this, like I was saying, I think this is probably one of my favorite parts of doing the layering process. Is putting on the midtones, just because it's like, oh, this is what color it's actually going to be. You know, so you get to see a little bit more of the mini come to life. And after this, we'll add the highlights. We're not going to go too crazy on the highlights for these figures because, well, there's a lot of them. And when you have a squad like this, or a huge batch of guys to paint, it becomes a lot more tedious to have a ton of highlights and stuff. I have to put the darker color down first, Lucky, to have the shade tones and the shadows. I'm not putting this paint, like, all over the model. Like, I'm not, like, filling in, like, the cracks and the details. There's still some detail in there, and basically what having that darker paint down first, what that does is that creates the shadows on the miniature. and helps create definition. Because if it was all just painted one color, it would look very flat. But when you add shadows and definition, you have a very, like, dynamic looking figure. Because I could just paint it all one color and just, have paint all over it, but it would look just like a flat mess. But when you have the darker color down, you have shadows in the recesses, you have definition. And when it's wet, the paint does look a lot lighter. When it dries, it actually, like, the color kind of dies down a little bit, which is nice. Because it might look like I'm painting this all over, but I'm actually painting more like 90% of the model with this color. The other 10% is the shadows that get to stay in there. Now, what I used to do, and it's a good technique for beginners and stuff like that. I've just found that this layering technique, I much prefer it. But what I used to do was, is you would put down a color. Nice. Be a troll. Yeah, I guess my wife is army. It's funny. But what I used to do, and it's a good technique for beginners, and I've only recently really adopted this layering technique because I like it better and I think that it looks nicer. But a good technique for beginners is to add a layer of your color and then add a wash. Which a wash is just a super thin down paint that goes into the recesses that creates that same definition, but you don't have to paint around it. The biggest downside to the wash is that it covers the paint that you've already put down, so we'll alter what you've already put down. You can always go back over it again and fill out your colors again to bring them back out. But yeah, it's not a bad technique. It's just one that I don't use anymore. Nothing wrong with the Navy. We're not super hua over here. I'm sure I know some people who are super hua that would be upset about the Navy. Oop, oop. Alrighty. Just one more of the knife guys, I think. Yep. It's good to do this on stream and hang out with people and talk to them, because batch painting can get pretty tedious once you do it for a while. But I think that the key to painting large squads is just that you don't focus down on one mini. You just keep picking them up and putting them down. And that just keeps you a little bit more engaged. That just keeps it from being like super tedious, like, oh, I want to finish this mini before I move on to the next one, and yada yada yada. And that might work for some folks, but it does not work for me. I am not a person who's just like, oh, I gotta finish this one before I move into the next one. Because if I do that, I get really exhausted doing large batches of minis. The only time I do the one mini and then the rest is in the first time I paint a mini from the squad. I always paint the whole mini for that whole mini first, and that's just because it's what I call my test mini. I use that as sort of the basis for what I'm going to paint the rest of the squad to look like. And that way I have a good, barometer for like, okay, this next guy needs to look like this or like that. And the first guy I painted for this squad is not going to look like the rest of them. Unfortunately. But I probably will go in and neaten him up a little bit. Yeah, oh, batch painting Marines. Oh my gosh. Dude, that is one of the reasons why I don't paint Space Marines that much anymore. I painted so many Space Marines that, I mean, like, I'm looking back at my cabinet now. I have one shelf that's just Blood Angels. And at some point, they all start to look the same, especially with the newer Primaris stuff, which I think looks great. But a lot of them can tend to be a little monopose, so they all start to look the same. And you start to think to yourself, wait, did I paint this one already? They've gotten a little better about recent stuff, recent sculpts and things. But, not as much, not too bad anymore. Nunhu? Nunhu? Welcome. Welcome to the chat. I'm doing good. How are you? Nunhu over on Twitch. It threw me off for a minute there because it's got the little first time chat border around your thing in my window here. And most of the time that's just a bot, so I had to do a double take. Alright, we're on to the Lady Goblins. They've got much thinner, much thinner details. Oh, you never painted miniatures before? Yeah, it's a lot of fun to paint minis, especially for your board games. Cause if you don't know, this is HeroQuest. It's a board game. It's a sort of a dungeon crawler kind of thing. Quite blind. Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like that's one of those things. Like I've heard of a lot of people who can paint minis with visual impairments. I mean, you can get like special glasses and things like that to like help zoom in. I mean, it's definitely a cost investment, but you know, I've heard of people do it before. If there's something you're really interested in, dystopian wars. I don't know what that is, J Hall, but it sounds cool. Dystopian wars. These are from these are from a board game. No, no. They are. It's a board game called Hero Quest. So these I purchased. I do have a 3D printer. I have not used it yet. Mostly because I need some ventilation stuff for it. So I will paint some 3D printed minis. But these ones I purchased. Part of a board game, which I do like painting my board games because I'm a weirdo. I don't think that's weird at all. I think board games are a great place to start painting. I did a whole video about it on my YouTube channel. Too much on here. Here we go. Steampunk naval game with fantastical elements. It does have an epic scale counterpart with infantry and tanks. Ooh, interesting. Oh, the minions versus mechs. I think I've heard of this. Nunho, tell me a little bit more, because the name sounds familiar. Minions versus mechs from Riot Games. The only Riot Games I know are the people who make League of Legends. But that does sound cool, J-Hole. Steampunk naval game. I like steampunk. Not in a weird way, but I like steampunk. I know some people who are really into steampunk, and they are kind of weird to me. Like the people who dress up and go to those like steampunk conventions. No judgment. It's just not something that I would ever do. Right, it's the next layer down. I'm gonna go grab some more coffee. I will be right back, folks. Oh, did you? Do you have like a whole costume and everything, Jay? You could tell me when I get back. I'm gonna go grab some more coffee. And I'm back. Okay. Right. Lady Goblins. I always see the Lady Goblins as kind of like, oh, it is a League of Legends thing. Okay. I see that. They made a board game about the game. I'll click this link. Why not? Oh. Interesting. Hmm. I'll have to look into that one. Then who? I really do like. I like Teamfight Tactics. I like the lore of League. Uh, I don't know if I like the game League of Legends as much, but I like Yordles, which is what that looks like. It's mostly. Thank you, Lucky, for the welcome back. And Jay, do you have like This is something that I. This is my limited knowledge of the steampunk community, so you'll have to elucidate me. Um, do you have like a steampunk character that you go by, like Count Airstream or something? That's the kind of stuff that I've heard. It's a little too larpy for me, which it's fine. I like LARP. I like role playing enough. I don't know if I'm nerdy enough to LARP. What am I saying? I wear a wizard costume when I record my YouTube videos. I'm definitely nerdy enough to LARP. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, again, no judgment. You do. Everybody has their own thing, and that's cool. It's just not for me. I don't think. But what am I saying? I probably would. I probably would go all in. I'm a huge nerd and a huge weirdo, so it probably would be right up my alley. Make my wife cringe. What do I do for a living? Nothing at the moment, Nunhu. I'm currently unemployed, which is why I am streaming at 10:55 a.m. on a Thursday. What would I like to do for a living? I don't know. I'd like to do this, honestly. If I could, I'd like to just, stream and paint minis and make cool stuff. That would be my ideal living. barring that, I mean, like, you know, I like to do. I'm a creative person. I do creative type things. I used to work for a podcast company. Yeah, Jay, I got into League's lore after Arcane as well. I really liked Arcane. It kind of got me hooked back on the series, but um, yeah, this for the steampunk thing, like I'm not going to disparage anyone their fandom. I think that you, I think that whatever you want to do with your like, you know, your creativity is fantastic, and yeah, I can see the steampunk Warhammer thing, especially like I could see somebody dressed up as a steampunk space marine or something, or like a steampunk sister of battle or a steampunk inquisitor. Yeah, I could see that. I look like a musician. I don't. Which musician do I look like? Because I don't actually play any music. I used to play the drums a long time ago, but do not anymore. Or I should say, I haven't played the drums in a long, long time. So I have no idea if I would be any good. Still, way out of practice, that's for sure. Trying to be a little careful with this one because his musculature is kind of defined, so I'm trying not to flood the very shallow recesses that we see on here to get rid of his muscles. Nobody will notice it but me while I'm painting the model, but I'll know, and that's the problem. Pink Main Marines at Steampunk. Nice. That's funny. Oh, I give off musician vibes, Nunhu? I mean, I'll take it. I'm not gonna complain about that. I don't think I'm cool enough to be a musician, but I appreciate that. I always just felt like I. Oh, I love that. Twitch has started catching bots before they come in, so very happy with that. Does my wife paint? No, my wife does not paint. My wife, my wife doesn't really have any hobbies, which I've tried to get her into many hobbies, but she's like, she's more career and goal focused than me, I guess. I'm the artsy one, she's the down to earth one, which is why we work, honestly. What's false, Lucky? That I'm not cool enough to be a musician? I just give off like dad or uncle vibes, honestly. I think that's just my personal opinion of the vibes that I give off. I think the vibe that I'm going for is the cool dad who will take you to the arcade and get ice cream after. That's the vibe that I'm going for. I gave up on being air quotes cool a long time ago. Do you paint all of them the same or make variants? Your English is fine, Nunu. You're doing good. Uh, I understand what you're saying. Uh, I will do variations on them. There's some things that will be all the same. Like all of their skin is gonna be the same color. Uh, just because I mean they're goblins, and also when it comes to batch painting, especially something has a lot of skin, doing all the skin a different color, it would get very tiring very quickly. Um, I have let me move the camera over just to show you how many models we were painting. Uh, that's not even all of them. There are about 20 goblin models that I have to paint. Um, and I've gotten through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of the second step of the skin. Yeah. So we have a long ways to go with these guys. So yeah, there will be differences on them, different colors to go on them, just to help differentiate them from while you're playing on the board. That's something that I did with I've painted a set of HeroQuest minis before because HeroQuest was a game originally released in the 1980s. It was a board game, uh, and I played it when I was a kid because my dad had a copy of HeroQuest, and I loved it. And then they announced a revival in 2021. Basically, same game, same rules, just different minis. Um, and a few different thematic things that they couldn't keep because originally it was a license deal with the Games Workshop, and they they re-released it here, and I signed up immediately to back the re-release because I love this game. And oh yeah, my dad's a huge nerd, even though he would deny it. They don't take too long to dry actually. Acrylic paint dries pretty quickly. But yeah, I painted that whole set a long time ago, and what I did with them is I painted a few of them different colors, just so when you're playing the game and you want to attack a monster or something, you can just point to the say I want to attack the yellow one or the one in yellow or whatever. And that way it's just a board game consideration to the fact that you can differentiate different monsters on the board at a glance, especially if they're all the same pose. Thank you for the follow, Nunu. Appreciate that. So yeah, that's the gist of why I paint them different colors. I can go grab some orcs that I've already painted, just to give you an idea of how I'm going to paint the different colors if you want. Almost done with the midtones on this guy. Hydrate not with coffee. I'd have to get some water. I do need to grab some water though. I should go grab some water. All right. Well, that's the last goblin archer done. So I say archer. He's got a boomerang. And that's not even the last one. I lied. That's the last one of that trio done. I will go grab some water. I'll also go grab those orcs very quickly and show a few variations. Be right back. Okay. I'm back. So I grabbed some of the orcs that I already painted. And water. Welcome back, Alec. Started the workday strong. That's good. So we'll take just a wee little break while I'll show you some of these orcs that I painted already. So this is one of them. This is you can see most of these guys. This guy's armor and skin, but he's got this little red loincloth, I guess you would call it. And the other orcs are in different poses, but I painted them all where their loincloths were different colors. So it's mostly armor and skin, but then his loincloth is blue. And there are other sculpts as well, of course. So we have some lady orcs too. And I did brown and yellow as well. So I paint these different colors, so when they're standing on the board, you can use 2 minis with the same sculpt if you want, and you say, hey, I want to attack the yellow one. Or if you're just pointing at characters on the board as they're like standing down there, you're just like, I want to attack the one with the yellow loincloth or whatever. And that's just to keep the just to keep it simple, stupid, you know. Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, there's lots of different sculpts of orc, and there's different sculpts of the goblins, as you guys have been seeing me paint them. But yeah, so this was my test model for the goblins. Probably gonna end up having to rework him a little bit because he's gonna look a lot different from the other goblins because he's gonna not look as good. But he's wearing brown, so some of the goblins will be wearing brown, some of the goblins will be wearing blue, some of the goblins will be wearing red, and some of them will be wearing yellow. And then you've got people like these guys who are just like completely unique. And she or he, I can't really tell, are wearing like a big like fur sort of thing on the back. A fuchsia loincloth. I don't even really know if you put a gun to my head and told me what color fuchsia is like, I would not be able to tell you. For the King. I've heard of this. I might have to check that one out. Enough people have told me that it's a good game that I might need to check it out. Is there a basic lore behind these guys? Yeah, kinda. So I don't know if there's a specific lore for the goblins in HeroQuest, because it's kind of the new HeroQuest Magenta. Okay, thank you. That I could cut a picture in my head. So HeroQuest in the modern setting is a little fantasy agnostic in that it doesn't really have a specific lore. It's not like they write books about modern HeroQuest. There is sort of like a loose thing. I'd love to see them do more with it, honestly. But basically what it is you are all heroes called upon by a wizard named Mentor to aid in defeating the forces of Dread, led by an evil wizard by the name of Zargon. That is the basic lore behind HeroQuest. The forces of Dread are basically kind of just like these, they're goblins, they're orcs, they are evil men and women. We've got some fishmen in there too. And Zargon is, he's trying to take over the world and destroy everything. And there's an empire, I want to say, or a kingdom or something, because there's like knights and stuff as well. There's an elf kingdom. One of your party members is an elf. Uh, in the basic party set thing. But when it comes to like specific places and people, there's not a whole lot of like detail when it comes down to it. I'd love to see them do more with it. If Avalon Hill wants me to write a book about HeroQuest, I'll do it. Just send me some notes, I'll write your lore for you. They won't, but Pink with a purple hue. Maybe. The only fuchsia I know is Fuchsia City from Pokemon Red and Blue. The heroes do be questing. That is what they do be doing. The original HeroQuest actually did have lore because it was part of Games Workshop's like Warhammer, sort of like Warhammer fantasy setting. So you had the Emperor and Rogar the Barbarian and all that stuff. Explore it. That actually sounds interesting. I'm gonna guess it's a hex-based game. I think I've heard of that one too. I played a game at a board game day. What was it called? You were descending into a dungeon, and I can't remember what it's called. It might have just been called Descent. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was pretty fun. Didn't have any miniatures though, at least not that I can remember. I think it was just meeples. I wish I had more time for board games, honestly. Hues and Cues. I don't know that one. Alec. This is gonna bother me now. I'm gonna look up what color fuchsia is. Let's see. Let's find out. Fuchsia. Ah. It is a bright purplish pink. It's named after the fuchsia flower. Ah, there you go. You want to play more board games, J Hall, but sometimes I am playing Magic the Gathering on those nights. Yeah. No, I know that struggle. I need to go to my I need to get out of my house more, I think. Fatherhood has made me a homebody. I just need to go out to my board game store at night. Be like, hey, anybody playing any games? Taco, cat, goat, cheese, pizza. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I want to play more Magic the Gathering too, though. So I mean, that is a problem. And when I say Magic the Gathering, I probably just want to play more Commander. Can't tell if these hands are wearing gloves or not. Because on the back it doesn't look like gloves. So I'm just going to say no gloves. Alec on YouTube, Commander or 60 card. He heard Magic the Gathering and he just goes, whoa. Yeah, I need to get my cross stream chat box on stream working. That's another thing that I might workshop that today towards the end of stream, just because for some reason it's weird how it works, that it doesn't work exactly the same with YouTube and Twitch. We are almost done with midtones. On these goblins. Very nearly done. Okay, that's one done. Hi, Rush Tails. It may have been quite a while for you, but it's been an I've been streaming almost every day for not almost every day. I took Monday and Tuesday off. I did yesterday and today. I'm gonna stream tomorrow as well. But yeah, it's been a while since you hung out. I took a long break in between that because I was like, do I really want to stream? And honestly, I've been really enjoying it. Yes, that was a long time ago. I painted that wizard. I will go get that wizard in just a moment, and I will show you how it turned out. Yeah, honestly, Rush Tales, real talk, one of the reasons Ooh, the model count for HeroQuest. I'll tell you that in just a second. Get to you in just a second, J Hall. But honestly, Rush Tales, real talk. One of the reasons why I took a long break from doing any streaming was because depression. I get into my head sometimes that oh, why am I doing this? I'm not really any good. You know, why are people watching me? Is it even worth it for people to watch me when I'm not good enough? These are things that I struggle with, you know. I think that everybody does. And sometimes it takes your friends kicking you in the ass and telling you shut up and just do it. To do it. And I have to constantly combat that little voice in my head that says, hey, you're not good enough for this. You suck. So that's my real talk moment of the day. As for model count, J Hall. So there are. So for goblins, there's 12, 15, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 goblins altogether. There are like 20 something orcs. Hold on a second. I'm just going to pull this up. Okay. Let's see. HeroQuest model count. Okay. So here's how many miniatures are there in HeroQuest? So in the basic system, there are at least 65 miniatures. And I haven't finished all the monsters. I've only finished the orcs. And I finished all the heroes finally. But I also have a bunch of furniture that I have to paint too. So I finished all the heroes. I finished all the orcs. I finished all the heroes' animal companions. And I have all the furniture. I have all the other monsters. And everything, and all of the expansions to paint. So I am really nowhere near close to being finished. Here we go. And to answer your question, Nunu, it's my brain talking crazy talk to me. Gonna be honest with you. I get in my own head. And that is the big problem. Is I know empirically, logically, that I'm no worse than a lot of people out there, and I know that I'm a better painter than some people. I know that in my heart of hearts and in my head of heads. I know this to be true. But sometimes my brain tells me things that aren't true. Because depression. It's a it's a problem that I've had to deal with for a long time, is negative self-image and negative self-talk. And it's something that I struggle with. I know people besides me struggle with it as well. I'm not unique, I'm not special in that sense. And a lot for me comes from exterior pressures as well, as I feel like I need to I need to see like metrics of success. Like I need to see my subscriber count go up. I need to see my view counts go up. I need to, I need some reassurance and things like that, because people can tell me things all ding dong day like, "Oh, your stuff looks great," or "Oh, that looks awesome," but, I don't believe them until I see actual like hard data to back it up. And this is a problem that I've had to deal with a lot. Have I tried therapy? I tried therapy a little bit, but like it's one of those things, it's like health insurance doesn't really cover that. And also it's very expensive. So most of the time I have to I have to try to work through it on my own, but I've been fortunate enough in my life that I actually have friends who are there to help me and support me along the way, like Alec, uh, and uh, and Travis and everybody else who's out there, and Lucky. Lucky has always been there for me as well, and I think that I have to keep reminding myself that I'm not alone in this. And my wife is also there to support me as well. So yeah, I'm fortunate in that, and I have to constantly remind myself that you know people out there do care about you, and people out there do like support you and think that you're awesome. Probably more so than you think you yourself is awesome. So it's something that, yeah, government free free healthcare. Puh. Love you too, Lucky. We don't got nothing healthcare based for free in this country. If we did, it probably would. We probably would have less mental health incidents in this country if people had somewhere they could go for free healthcare. Alrighty, that's all the midtones done. Hooray! Well, to answer that question, new, you have to answer the question first: is does your insurance cover it? And do you have a therapist in your insurance network that your insurance is going to cover? Those are the questions that you have to answer before you can decide how much that therapist is going to cost. Also depends on where you live. If you live in a major metropolitan city, it's going to cost a lot more. But if you live in a small rural area, the closest therapist to you is probably in the next big town. So there's stuff like BetterHelp and things like that are like online apps, not a sponsor, that you can use to do like telehealth kind of therapy, that kind of thing. But I think I think the last time I checked up on that, that's like $200 for a year or something. I don't know what it was, but it's like it can get pretty expensive. Insurance generally in this country is through your work, your health insurance. You pay for your health insurance with your job. You don't usually you definitely don't have government health insurance unless you're old and you're on like Medicare or something or Medicaid or something. Uh, and there's no government insurance here. There is a government marketplace for where you can buy. Yeah, potentially. If you have a bad job, if you have a job that doesn't provide good health insurance, then you can have really, really, really bad health insurance. Hey, Robbie Hobbies! What if you don't have a job? If you don't have a job, then you either don't have insurance or you have to pay for private health insurance, which is expensive. That's okay. We're gonna add ethereal green to our midtone to do our first highlight. We've talked a lot about healthcare this morning on the stream. Oh yeah, it's amazing. We're the best country in the world. Didn't you know? All right. So this is a highlight color, and so we're not going to be painting this all over. Land of the free eagle noises. No, no offense taken. You're completely completely accurate there. So this color we're only going to be putting it on places where the light would hit that we want to highlight. So we definitely want to highlight the face. Like the tips of the ears and stuff like that. And this is actually, I mixed a little bit of the, let me move my microphone back. Have I ever traveled outside of the USA? Yes, I have. I did a semester abroad in the UK when I was at college. I also, while I was over there, I visited some relatives that I have that live in Germany. They paid for a ticket for me to come over and visit them. I've never been. Those are the only countries that I've been to outside the US. I want to go to Japan, and I want to go to many other places. I want to visit New Zealand because I want to go to the Lord of the Rings set. I'd also love to visit Australia while I was over there. I want to visit, I've never been to Canada either, which, I want to go there. Japan is definitely on my bucket list. And yes, I would, Robbie, I would love to go to Canada. I've never been, and it's right there, so I feel like it's kind of like a disservice that I haven't been. I just live in the southeast, so like for instance, my wife grew up in the northeast, so I she's been to Canada because like it's pretty easy to drive up there from where she grew up, and I just never have been because I live in the southeast, so it's not like I can just pop on over over the border. I also want to visit all 50 states at some point. I do like to travel. I haven't gotten to do a lot of it recently because money exists and I have a family, so. Oh, it's a different country in every province. Well, I guess what's the one on the east? Not British Columbia. Um, what is that? Ontario? Toronto? Help me out here. Geography, Canadian geography is not my strong suit. Alrighty. Gotta get that right there. That's definitely a highlight area. Let's just try out. Mid East or like Coast East? Bye, Nunu. Thanks for popping in and thanks for the follow. Okay, that's good. Oh, before I get that, before I forget, let me go get that wizard. Let me go get that wizard rush tails so you can see how it came out. Also put up my orcs. Toronto likes to think they're the capital. They aren't, but they act like it. Oh, Ontario's where the capital is. So here's the wizard that you voted for, Rush Tales. If you're still watching, came out pretty good. This is one of the ones I'm a little prouder of. Especially when it comes to the heroes. I think the detailing is really nice on this guy. I just really like this figure in general, also because he's got a fireball in his hand. So, and he kind of looks like me if I had a little bit longer hair. Thank you. Yeah, I really like the gold. The gold highlights on this guy. So yeah, one of my favorites out of all the minis that I've painted. It's him, the blue wizard. Yeah. Yeah. That's me. The blue wizard. He would only be better if he had a hat. I love a good pointy wizard hat. Okay. Some pointy ears. I love how I like the yellowy green like highlights on the skin for these characters because it really like makes them stand out. Because the darker green kind of blends a little bit. At least I feel like it does. Especially when you have, like, you know, browns or darker colors like that. This bright yellowy green just kind of like. Yeah, I could sculpt a hat, I guess. I actually have a behatted figure. I showed this yesterday, Jay Hall. I'll go grab him real quick too. I'll go put the wizard back and you can see the one with the behatted one. Rocks. Yep, internet's back. ISP decided it had to fix an outage yesterday, so yeah, that was the whole thing. ISP. ISP. PPP. Highlights done on him. So yeah, I showed this one off yesterday, J Hall, because one of my chatters were asking about Hero Forge minis. Actually, this is one that I custom made. It is just me. It's the blue wizard with his hat, and yeah, it's good stuff. You could easily be a proxy wizard for HeroQuest. I really like this one too. That's because I designed it and painted it. So, yeah. It is the Blue Wizard with his pointy wizard hat. All right. Highlights. Right. Don't get distracted. Or do, which you tend to do. Thank you. Oh, you were caught in ad hell, Robbie? I'm sorry. Thank you for the money, though. Get some of those highlights on there. Whoop. Oh, your creative thing. You should go to YouTube. That's right. There's no ads on YouTube, but if I get enough people to follow me on there and subscribe to the channel and watch the streams and watch my videos and all that stuff, then they'll start having ads. What you working on, Robbie? All right, just highlighting here. Trying not to flood the model with this color because it's not supposed to be all this color, but there's a lot of like highlights on this guy. As most of him is exposed to the elements. And the color dulls way down when it dries. Just to give you an example, this guy's dried out, and you see how the color is really like sort of blends into the model once it's all dried out. A World War II, a weird War II idea? A diorama. That's cool. I saw that as World War II, but you said Weird War II. So, is it like a weird World War II, or what are we talking about here? I mean, I'm down for that. This Weird War II could be fun, like we're fighting Nazis, but they're vampires or zombies or half man, half, I don't know, half boar. I know why I went to boar. Okay. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Haunted vehicles, mutant Nazi soldiers, investigate supernatural. Oh, gotcha. That's cool. I like the sound of that. Is that like a tabletop game or is it just like a setting type deal? Rush Tales with the raid. Oh, it's an old TTRPG, but alt history and such. Excuse me, jeez. Thank you, Rush Tales, for the raid. Welcome. We're hanging out. We're painting goblins. And we're just having some general chatting and nonsense. We've had a wide range of topics today. Dang. Get some of that water. I love goblins as well. Love a good goblin here. Thank you, Rush. Yeah. You too. Take it easy. You just were streaming apparently. So you raid on in and you take a break. Welcome to any of those who came in from Rush's stream. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, I could do this. I think I have this set up. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. I knew I had it. I just don't have the bot set up. Oh, you were painting miniatures and models too. Welcome on in to those who came in from Rush's stream. I'm Felix, aka Chuck. That's my real name. So you'll hear my friends call me that from time to time when they pop on. But we just hang out. We're painting miniatures and we're chatting and having a good time. I'm currently working on some HeroQuest miniatures. I've been busily painting this set for a while. I have a lot of stuff left to go, but I'm enjoying it. And streaming it has been keeping me accountable. I'm gonna have to set up that automations to give people automatic shoutouts who rate in. I know that's a thing you can do. Got a lot to work on with the streaming part of this streaming thing. I gotta work on my cross channel bots too, because I'm also streaming over on YouTube. So I'd love the chats to be merged so we could see both of them at least. We are adding highlights to our goblin skins. Just that would be quite the motivation. 150 goblins to get my Final Fantasy 14 account back. That is funny. Though, for real, if you're struggling to motivate yourself painting, which anyone who paints miniatures will tell you that happens from time to time, that you struggle to find motivation, especially when you have a huge amount of minis to paint, because you're looking at all the minis that you haven't painted as opposed to the ones that you have painted. You look at that and you say to yourself, ugh, how am I ever going to get this done? You know, it's a classic conundrum. Sorry, I'm just seeing some highlights here that didn't quite dry as well as I wanted them to. One of the things that you can do is sort of give yourself a reward for actually painting. Something you have to commit to yourself, and that can be the hardest part of it, is that you're having to commit to this yourself. You say to yourself, okay, I'm not going to do X. Let's say I'm not going to play video games today until I've painted for X amount of time. That is something you can do to motivate yourself. That's something that I've kind of done in the past to say, okay, I'm going to paint for an hour a night, and I'm not going to play video games until I finish painting for that hour. That is something I have done before in the past. It's not a bad motivational tool. The biggest thing that you can do to motivate yourself is just to make it a habit. Make it a habit. For a while, I had an alarm on my phone that told me every night at the same time to paint minis. And I would do it for a while. I had to stop doing it when my son was born, but for a while I did that. That's one of the hardest things when you're painting. Is just getting out all the stuff and sitting down to paint. I'm not sure if it's the same thing with minis, but learning 15 plus pages of new orchestra music each week seems impossible at first. Set a timer, work for 10 minutes, move on to another one. Yeah, that's it's pretty much the same thing. Is get it done. Work on it, Just get paint on miniatures, get practicing with orchestra music, whatever it is. You just gotta work on it, And for me, recently, it's been, hey, I'm gonna stream today and I'm gonna paint. And streaming, honestly, has been a huge benefit for me with getting stuff done, because I'm enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun talking to people and just painting on stream. It feels very social to me, and I think that's also something that you know, you kind of miss when you are unemployed and you have a family, so you don't really go out that much. Definitely don't get to hang out with a bunch of nerds very often, so it's nice to do that on stream, and yeah, good stuff. Stream your practice. Nobody wants to hear that. Listen, people stream music on YouTube all the time. On YouTube, listen to me, on Twitch all the time. You know, I don't know, maybe somebody's interested, but I think there's an audience for everything, probably. Yeah, I know that feeling, J-Hole. Slacking with painting. Slacking with painting. That's what I have been doing with this for a long time. I said for a long time, oh, I'm gonna paint it, I'm gonna paint it, I'm gonna paint it. And, I didn't paint it. And now I'm finally painting it all. In my defense, I painted the entirety of the original HeroQuest set a long time ago. If you want to see pictures of that, I posted it all on my Instagram account, which is at Blue Wizard Studio on Instagram. It'll show up in the bottom right-hand corner, like somewhere over here when my socials cycle through. You'll see it. If you want to see all my old HeroQuest minis, you can follow me on there. You'll see a lot of pictures of minis that I have painted already, so I tend to paint pictures of all my finished minis over there, so if you're interested in seeing other stuff that I've painted, check it out. Because I don't just paint HeroQuest. I also paint Warhammer 40k, and I also have a couple of Warhammer Fantasy and Age of Sigmar models that I've painted over there. I painted I painted the old metal models for some of the old metal models for Gotrek and Felix. Those were a lot of fun. Find pictures of that over there. I also did a video on YouTube for those models. It's a lot of fun to paint those metal models. I kind of wish I had a few more of them to paint. I don't, but I would like to. But I will say, I think that models nowadays are made a little bit better. That's just a scrub's opinion, though. I'm just like, metal models, they're kind of difficult to work with sometimes. But that's just because I'm used to nice, crisp plastic details, I think. There's definitely some charm in the old metal models. I do like the old metal models from time to time. I like how visible their details are, or how big they are. I like the chunky details on the old metal models for Warhammer. I think a lot of the newer models are a little too subtle in their details, and I also think that they're a little over-designed at times. Too much crap hanging off of them that I have to paint. I'm just like, ugh. These little all of these little dangly bits. But working with metal, gluing metal, pinning metal, that's a little bit more of a nuisance. Excuse me. Struggle to get primer to stick. Try automotive primers at this point. You know, an old orc. I don't think it was lead, Robbie. I think it was pewter. If I had to guess, I think they were probably pewter. Yeah, I didn't really have any problems with getting primer to stick to mine. I think really what it was, Jay, is I cleaned them like really well before I sprayed any primer on them. I like you still got GW models with the lead warnings on them. Oh my god. That's awesome, but also terrifying. But yeah, I think what it is with the metal, I scrubbed them clean before I sprayed any primer on them. I just used airbrush primer. And it didn't chip off at all. I let them soak in green stuff overnight, and then I just got an old toothbrush and just really got it in there. Yeah, you don't lick the paintbrush with the lead models. No. I don't lick the paintbrush at all. I think it's kind of gross, and no offense to those who do lick their brushes, but I just can't do it, man. Just the thought of it kind of makes me just a little queasy. Because I know how much, like, bacteria and stuff gets on the friggin'... It's in the brush, and then, like, it's like a microcosm for the bacteria in your mouth. Human mouths are filthy. Yeah, so I did originally do just a quick soap and water bath with mine, Jay, but I noticed that when I did that, I still saw a little bit of, like, I don't know what you would call it, tarnish on them. It just looked like, you know, not like the shiny white metal that it's supposed to be, or the shiny silvery white metal that it's supposed to be. So what I did is I soaked them in not green stuff. What's it called? Simple green. I soaked them in simple green overnight. And then, like, I was going to strip a model. But then after I let them soak for a while, that's when I took them out, and I just got an old toothbrush and just went to town. And they were very clean by the time I got them out of there. And then I just sprayed airbrush primer on them, and yeah, they painted up pretty good, and they didn't have any real didn't really have any issues with the primer sticking to them. I'm gonna go grab them real quick now that I'm done with that goblin. I can show you. Just showing off models this stream, which I don't mind. Yeah. Here they are. Oh, Gotrek and Felix. They're the metal models. I don't know if you can hear that. But, yeah. I also noticed while I was painting, this Gotrek actually has a mold slip. I don't know if you can tell or not. You can tell kind of when you look at this hand. You can see how the mold slipped a little bit, which is a very big shame, because this is a really cool model. You You definitely tell on the face, I think. Excuse me. But yeah, didn't have any problems getting the paint to stick to these guys. At all, as I was painting them. A lot of fun painting those, though. Okay, more highlights. Still got more goblins, guys. I got about 20 goblins left. What did I do with my brush? Oh, it's right there in front of your face. These ones, the ranged goblins are a little more detailed because they were printed later. That's something I've noticed, and it's the only reason why I would consider rebuying the core set for HeroQuest is that the later printings of the models actually look nicer. I have a first printing of the game, like, because I was an early adopter, I backed the HasLab campaign, so I got it first. I backed it on the mythic tier because I was just like, probably stupid, but I was just like, I want all the stuff, I want all the things, I love HeroQuest, I want this campaign to succeed, so I'm going to back it. That was me. But yeah, the first models do have some problems with the details, and I've noticed that when I'm painting them, that there's some definitely very muddy detail problems with a lot of these minis. But these guys right here, these newer ones, they have a lot of like crisper details. Yeah, I bought those two metal models on eBay a long time ago for cheap. Actually, they were super cheap when I bought them. I think I got both of those guys for maybe $30 or something. They were not expensive because, people charge crazy prices on eBay for used models or for open models. So let me go on a little rant about that for a second. I just want to say to all the sellers on eBay out there, and to all the people buying on eBay too who are paying these prices, if you are buying or selling an opened loose model kit, I don't care if it's still on the sprue, you should not be charging MSRP for it. You cannot charge $50 for an open loose model kit. And if you're on the seller side of that, you should not be paying MSRP for a loose model kit. What are you doing? What are you doing with that? If you're the seller, I hate to tell this to you, but you're just going to have to take the loss. Knock down the price and you'll get rid of it. Obviously, you didn't want it, and you're reselling it, but you don't want to lose money on that. And, you know, I feel your pain, but you got to take a percentage, man, because you are conning people out of money with that. Because I tell you, you're not getting the same quality of product if it's sealed. Now, if you got a sealed box of like Warhammer figures that are current and you're selling them for MSRP, never been opened, that you can charge for. You can charge MSRP for that. That's fine. You're trying to you bought something, you didn't want it, you're reselling it, or you're just being a reseller, whatever. That you can charge for. That's acceptable. But don't charge MSRP for a loose, open model kit. Don't do it. Also, even worse, I see this all the time on eBay because I look up used models all the time. You cannot charge MSRP for a model kit that you have taken out of the kit, assembled, and primed. You can't charge the same amount for that. You just can't. It doesn't make any sense. And nobody should buy that. And also, oh, Facebook Marketplace, oh god, it can be terrible. Yeah, the newer stuff, like old stuff that's out of print, okay, you can charge a little bit more for that because like it's harder to find. New stuff is like you shouldn't be charging like retail prices for that because I can just go to the store and buy it. You know, it's stupid. But like Facebook Marketplace is like terrible for what people charge. Also, the pro painted section of eBay. I don't know if you ever looked at this, but I'm gonna go ahead and tell you 9 times out of 10, when I see something listed as pro painted on eBay, the only pro that painted those was wearing a blindfold and had his brush duct taped to his fingers because it's not great. I get that everybody paints at different levels, and I don't think that I don't disparage anybody from making an attempt at the painting part of the hobby, but don't say your thing is pro painted if all you did was throw on a base coat and a wash. You know, it just it's just sad sometimes. Now, I think that if you've actually like spent a lot of time and you really painted up some really nice looking models, and you decide you wanted to sell that army, then most definitely you can upcharge for that all day because you put a lot of time and effort into those things. But if you got a model that the paint job is consisted of base coat, wash, and some metallic paints, nuh-uh, brother. You're gonna have to mark that one down a little bit because that's just the only thing you're going to be doing with that one is your models are going to be stripped and repainted. Yeah, slap chop with three contrasts and a light dry brush. Yeah, that's pro painted. I've seen that before too. I didn't paint the knees on this guy. Well, I'm not going back and painting him now. This guy's wearing pants. The other two are not. Oh, I didn't do his toes. Sorry, I had to go off on one because of that. I see that all the time because I've been looking for some bits on YouTube and just trying to find like YouTube. I keep saying that. I've been looking for some bits on eBay and I haven't found any good prices because people are trying to charge full price for loose model kits. And just that kind of frustrates me because I just need the bits because I'm not gonna actually assemble the kit. And bits are like hard to come by nowadays because Games Workshop made the interesting decision to move away from doing multi-part kits, and a lot of their kits are now like almost like just like monopose kits, which I guess it's easier to assemble in some cases, but I don't know, man. I assembled that Grimnir and painted it from the Leagues of Votan, and it was not the easiest kit to assemble. There were some interesting choices in the modeling department with that guy. It wasn't hard, but it wasn't like, just push these two together and voila, you got it. Alrighty. Fingers. A little bit of his chest there. There we go. That's all those done. Now more goblins. We'll do the wild ones next. Yeah, the model I'm getting bits for. I want to start a Leagues of Votan army eventually. It's not going to happen anytime soon. But I wanted to get some bits ahead of time because there's a couple of models I want to convert in there. Like, for instance, the new guy that just came out with, his name is like Bernie Eggerson, I think. I think that's his name. I basically want to convert him and make him look like Gotrek in space. Because that's just who that character reminds me of. Some mean as hell dwarf that refuses to die. mean, that's what he reminds me of. So I was just gonna go like, I was like, I just want to make this guy into Space Gotrek. So I was looking for some like Fire Slayer bits and things like that, and they're very hard to find. I shouldn't say they're hard to find. Oh yes, Rock and Stone. Kin is kin. You play the Leagues of Votann, Robbie? I am a big Space Dwarf fan. And I want to start me some start a League of Votann army. But yeah, I want to take Burry Agerson and turn him into Gotrek in space. Local kind of no-name store. Single shelf of Warhammer stuff. Bunch of Combat Patrol. They had a bunch of Votann. They had the Votann launch box. I was very tempted. I also had all the things Forge of Vulcan box seal. Oh my god. That's so friggin' cool. Yeah, I wish I could find a Votann launch box for cheap. Of course, you can't find it for cheap, but I found one on eBay. I keep saying YouTube for eBay for some reason. I think it's just because my brain is cross-wired and I'm losing my mind slowly, but that's neither here nor there. I found one on eBay not too long ago as part of a larger Votann set that I was so tempted to get, but I just couldn't spend that much money because you can find a launch box on eBay, but it's like $200, and I definitely didn't have the money to buy it when it was at launch. So, I love me some Votann though. I really want to start playing them. $200 Canadian. What's that, like $5 American? Joking. That's not actually like 200 Canadian is like it's a lot less than American. I say a lot less. It's probably like 190 or something. The faces on these goblin grenade throwers is something else, man. Their expression is so funny to me. I need to add a little water to my wet palette. 145. That's actually pretty good for a Votann launch box. Like I said, they're selling on eBay for like $200. Even though none of those models are out of print. It's just that bundle that's out of print. Oh god, I just painted my wall. That was impressively stupid on my part. Oh well. At least it's not a rental. Yeah. if I got a Leagues of Votan box, Jay, I probably wouldn't be able to start painting it for a while either. I got so much stuff to paint. Priorities, you know, you have to kind of like say, all right, well, do I want to paint this whole new army, or do I want to finish what I got? I think it can be nice sometimes to take a little break from what you've been painting, but you have to come back to it eventually. I still got like a whole orc army that I need to finish. And I look at them every day and I'm just like, one day I'll paint you. One day you shall be painted. That's just in the same way that I love my space dwarves, I love my space orcs. Which seems a bit counterintuitive, but I do like both of them. I like the green skins and I like the dwarves. And huh. You add it to your firstborn collection, so I got all those to work though. Yeah, I had a whole army of Blood Ravens firstborn. It was the first army that I really painted, and I ended up selling them. I decided that I probably would never play them again, and I needed to make some room on my shelf for more stuff, and I wanted to buy more things, so ended up selling them. Yep. That was the first army I ever really played, was Blood Ravens. This is the Dawn of War faction, if nobody knows. Which Dawn of War 4 was announced, so that made me very happy as well. I never played Dawn of War 3, because I didn't have any money at the time that it came out. And then after it came out, everybody said, "Oh, it's bad." I was like, "Oh, okay, well, I guess I won't be playing that then." But I'm excited about Dawn of War 4, and I need to buy Definitive Edition for Dawn of War 1. And I'm one of the weird people who actually kind of liked Dawn of War 2. Because I kind of liked the whole squad-based thing. It felt more like an RPG to me than a real-time strategy game, which I guess is why some people didn't like it, but I liked it because I had a lot of fun with the RPG elements of it, but that's just me. Because there weren't really any good Warhammer 40k RPGs out there. Definitely not at the time. There still aren't really any. I guess you've got like Rogue Trader and Inquisitor and stuff like that, but nothing like starring Space Marines as like an RPG type thing. Yeah, I was a big fan of the Blood Ravens and the Dawn of War games. Still am. Yeah, Dawn of War 2 was great. I really did like it. And there's also a way you can play Chaos in Dawn of War 2. Um, yeah, I keep thinking about playing Chaos, a Chaos Marine army as well. Jay, I have my Thousand Suns that I'm just like saying I'm not buying any more Thousand Suns until I've painted what I have. I mean, like, this is the Thousand Sun that I have painted. That's it. This is it. The only one. That and Magnus. I have Magnus painted as well. I bought them when they came out. Back in what was it, 8th edition? I bought them when they came out in 8th edition. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play Chaos. It's gonna be great. And then I was like, wait, I'm broke. This is the last model for this color. So then we're just gonna add some highlights, and that'll be the skin done on the goblins. Because I don't want to go too crazy on the highlights. I said that before. This is our first highlight. We're probably going to add only one more after this one. And after we finish the skin, I will probably call this stream because I need to eat some lunch and stuff. Because I'm pretty hungry. All right. Let me get her feet. She is showing feet for free. Goblin feet. All right. That's our first skin highlight, and this will be the last one. Oh, gosh. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. We're going for a little over 3 hours, and we're going to be wrapping up here soon after I do this last highlight, which is going to be a mix of ethereal green, and I'm going to add a little bit of ice yellow to it just to sort of lighten it up so that it's much different from the color that we have here already. This wet palette is a mess because I got some water on it. Have you ever seen the original Magus sculpt? Which Magus are you talking about? What do you mean, Magnus? The original Magnus sculpt where he looks like a weird Cyclops with wings? Yes, I have seen that sculpt. It's pretty funny. I thought it was very funny that they included a Cyclops head that you could put on your Magnus. It is... I would definitely paint it if somebody sent it to me. You can't get those hardly anymore, though. And I know a lot of people charge out the wazoo for them, so... Alright, we don't want too much of this color on here because we don't want to lighten these guys up too much. I'm just going to add some to the bridge of the nose here. Highlight the eyebrows. Cheekbones. Tips of the ears. A little bit of the top of the ears. Just the tops of the fingers here. The lines and the knuckles to show like stress, where he's like doing like that kind of deal. We'll add some to the fingers here. These knuckles, and a little bit of a line going down. Get my brush to cooperate. And we'll add just a little bit to the leg. And a little bit up here on the leg, just where light would be hitting. Arm. And that's going to be it for those highlights, really. That's all we're going to do. Because there's a lot of these goblins to paint. I don't want to go too crazy. We're just highlighting the areas which you want to sort of bring attention to. Definitely the face. Always highlight the face. I just usually highlight the top of the face because that's where you want your eyes to go to on the model. Top of the ears. Especially these guys because they've got this big hood, so you can't really see too much of their eyes and stuff like that. Ears back here. Knuckles. I can't tell you exactly what my ratio of ice yellow to ethereal green was, but it was some number. Probably should write that sort of thing down, but I can't be asked. My watch is telling me it's time to stand. And to that I say, I'm streaming. I'll stand in a minute. This was my unspoken goal today, by the way, was to get the skin finished on these guys. Sometimes you hit your goals, sometimes you don't. Today is one of those days where I hit my goal. Water. All right. And that man just became light green. You know what? It's fine. I'm not gonna go too crazy about that. All right, that's those ones done. Those little cleaver boys. Oh, knifey man. Bridge of the nose. Eyebrows. Tips of the ears. Cheekbones. Weird mold line going through his face, which is making it very annoying to paint. I'm noticing it more as I get more colors on there, which is probably not fun. I don't know who designed the mold for this, but yeah, no. They again probably didn't have model or didn't have painters in mind when they did this one. So, on a little line here, we want to like you can definitely see where I put the lines like going down off his bald head into like the bridge of the nose and stuff like that. And then we kind of carry on those back this way. Sort of accentuate those wrinkles in his head. Because, he's bald. And beautiful. This little gobby boy. A little bit of highlights to the muscles. He's got a lot of skin showing. These guys are the ones who have the most skin showing. So, especially on like their backs. You don't want to go too crazy with it on the back because, well, you're not going to be looking at you are going to be looking at the back of the model a lot because you're playing a board game, but So I guess it doesn't matter. Forget everything I just said. All right, so there we go. That's good. My brush is drying out a little bit. Ready? Second verse, same as the first. Could get better. It's gonna get worse. Very nearly done. Just keep telling myself that. My watch may be right. It may be time to stand well. My old man body is starting to rebel. Okay. The reason why I paint the skin first is because most of these guys are skin. Their faces are the biggest part of them. So that's why I'm painting them skin first. Not that I needed to justify that to anybody, just myself. This is me telling myself this is why you're painting the skin first. We're getting so close, guys. Just got one more knife guy, the female goblins, the male ranged goblins, the wild ones, the female ranged goblins, and then the priestess shaman thing. Just about done with the skin on these guys. Trying to focus a little bit. That's why I'm being quiet. It's nothing against you guys. Focus down a little bit and knock this out. I'm starting to get hungry. I need to eat. Alrighty. That is the last knife guy. You dread painting flesh, much better at painting metals. Yeah, I used to feel that way, but I started painting skin, and I don't know why. I just really got into the zone with it. it's it's one of those things that I just kept. I hated it so much at first when I first started painting, and then I got to the point where I was like, I think I'm gonna leave the head off this Space Marine so I can practice painting my faces more. And I did that so much that eventually I was like, I'm just gonna paint the skin on these orcs. It's gonna be great, and it was, and I really enjoyed it. And that's one of the things that I just like, just started to gravitate to was painting more skin and organic stuff than metal stuff. And now when I paint Space Marines, I get like, I'm just like, ugh. Because it's just easier for me to paint definition on skin, I guess, than it is for me to paint definition on power armor. Because when I first started painting, I just painted Space Marines. My first army was a Space Marine army. The first time I painted my original firstborn Space Marine armor or Space Marine army when I started playing in 8th edition was they were Ultramarines, and that's just because I had been playing the Space Marine video game on my Xbox 360, and I really enjoyed it, and I thought that Titus was the coolest guy ever, and I painted up a bunch of Space Marines, and then I realized, oh, these guys are kind of boring, and I stripped them all and painted them all like Blood Ravens after that. Still very video game inspired. Add right at the end. I think we're going to test my stream here. Okay, cool. Go for it, Robbie. Yeah. Yeah, force yourself to do it is a good way to look at it. Just tell yourself, I'm going to paint these guys, the skin. I'm going to paint some skin tones. I'm going to start with faces, because that's the hardest part of skin to paint anyways, the faces. Because you can really, like, screw up the details, and that just screws up the model. And I mean, Space Wolves, you got Space Wolves, Jay, so, I mean, you know. A lot of those guys don't even wear helmets. So just paint those faces, man. Get some practice in. I don't even know if scouts are still a thing. I have some scouts. I don't know that they're I don't know that they're still, like, I know they're not viable. I mean, no, but scouts have never been viable, I don't think. I think Reavers were supposed to replace them or something. I don't know. Somebody's going outside with some very bumpy bass. Excuse me. Just helmets because you think they look cooler. Classic Angry Mark 7 and 8 helms and Mark 8 beakies. Yep, I do love me some angry helms. Old metal scouts. Yeah, I have some Blood Angel scouts that I painted a long time ago. For my Blood Angels army. They are close combat scouts. But most of my, like, Marines, yeah, they have their helmets on. But if they're like a sergeant or something, a helmet off. How else are you gonna know he's a sergeant? I know there are other ways to tell, but I just like to leave their helmets off so that I can practice painting their faces. But I had to learn to paint skin mostly when I picked up some orcs. That was when I had to learn how to love to paint skin. Those guys are pretty much all skin. Bunch of green guys running out on the battlefield naked. That's orcs. Yeah, thanks for coming in, Robbie. Always happy to hang out. All right, let's get these fingies. Let's not go too crazy with the highlights. I feel like I'm overdoing it just a little bit on these guys, but the problem is that I want everything to look really good. That's always the problem. I think I just want it to look good. They've got enough highlights on them, honestly, already. This last highlight is just supposed to be to bring out the parts of the model that I want people to look at. Just add a little bit of the illusion of light to these guys. That's what all painting is, really, is just creating the illusion of light. I'm going to boil it down to its basic thing. The definition of classic painting is you're creating the illusion of light, because otherwise than that, there is light hitting the object, but if you want to control where light hits the object or how light is perceived hitting that object, you have to paint it. Okay. One more of the boomerang gobbies. Which mechanically, there's no difference between the boomerang goblins and the grenade goblins in the game of HeroQuest, which seems a shame, but you can always homebrew it otherwise, I suppose. Sergeant character, you have helmet off. Practice there. Regular troop, I keep, but keep. I'm guessing you're saying keep them on. You don't want to change that. Yeah, no, I get that. You definitely don't. I mean, like, I am not going to paint a whole squad of Space Marines with their helmets off. That seems stupid and silly, and nobody is going to go into battle just whole squad of guys, no helmets. I know Warhammer isn't quote-unquote realistic, but, you know. Give the guys some helmets. Alrighty, get that thumb. Boop. There we go. That's all of our boomerang goblins done. Their skin is done. Huh. Alright. Just a few more. We just got 6 more goblins to do highlights for. My brush is getting dry. These guys, there's not so much that I want to highlight on them, just because a lot of them is covered, but also, you know, the back of the model is, like, you know, pretty much all just fur. So, just get that face, and a little bit of the arms and legs, and then you're good. Right. A little bit of the arms, the fingers, just a couple of highlights on the legs. Fingers, there we go. Voila. Now we got 3 more of the ranged goblins. These ones are the grenade throwers. Again, there is nothing mechanically different about these in the game of HeroQuest. They're both ranged goblins. You can always homebrew some rules, though. That's the cool thing about HeroQuest, is that it's very much friendly to homebrewed rules. Because when you get the game, if you look at the box, it doesn't say HeroQuest Core Game. It says HeroQuest Game System. It's a system. You're encouraged to add and take away things, and and homebrew content. There's some really great homebrew content for HeroQuest on the internet. But the base game itself is still very easy to play and understand. It's a very beginner-friendly game as well, I will say. If you're a person who's not played too many like tabletop dungeon crawlers and things like that, or if you're new to certain things like fantasy or role-playing games in general, I think HeroQuest is a great launching point. Avalon Hill is not a sponsor, but it is a board style thing. There is a board game. It is a board game, and but it is it's very easily expandable. A lot of homebrew stuff out there. You don't even technically have to play on the board that it came with. There are lots of people out there who made game mats for HeroQuest of different, like, completely different boards. It definitely has a board game feel to it, and at its root, it is a board game, but at the same time, very easily expanded upon, very easily homebrewed for. You can make it even more complicated if you want. I know a lot of people can take HeroQuest and basically turn it into Dungeons and Dragons. But it's very easily iterated upon. Avalon Hill, not a sponsor. I feel like I should point that out, but you know, if they want to sponsor me, I'll take it. I would very easily shill for HeroQuest. I'll shill for Games Workshop too if they want to send me stuff. No joke. If anyone wants to send me free minis, I'll give them some kind words. My loyalty is easily purchased. Corvus Belly, you want to send me some Infinity? I've never played, but you know what? I will if you send me some stuff to paint. Alright, this is our last goblin, guys. Once we have finished this one, we've finished the skin on all of the goblins. All right. Bish, bash, bosh. Bob's your uncle. Fanny's your aunt. Oh, God. You sent me some M&Ms. Thanks, Lucky. I'll take them. I won't paint them. I'll just eat them. Woo! That's a lot of green, folks. All right, so... now that the green is done... Thank you. I'm glad I was hella efficient with it. So we'll just pan over to these guys real quick. Take back the M&M minis. Oh, darn it. I just wanted to eat them. And I will. I'll eat them all. Now that the green is done, the next step will be the rest of the universal colors, which are going to be bone for the teeth, brown for like belts and things, probably a different shade of brown for the wooden stuff, like the boomerangs and handles and stuff like that. Yeah, those will be the universal colors that we're adding next. And then we'll have to move on to individual colors. So we'll do one group of gobos with just brown clothes, one group of gobos with red clothes, one with yellow, one with blue. Same as I did with the orcs. And yeah, so that'll be the last big step. And that'll probably be the most involved one, because I might do like all the red ones, and then all the blue ones, then all the yellow ones, and all the brown ones, and so on and so forth. But yeah, so that's gonna be the next big thing. The goblin spellcaster or witch or whatever you want to call her here. She's gonna be completely unique because she's a unique model. I was thinking about what to paint her. I think I'm gonna do her in purple. I think that would be really cool and help her stand out. These two are unique in the sense that they probably don't share any colors with anyone else. I could probably paint their loincloths 2 different colors. But I think I'm going to try something a little different for them too, because they're unique sculpts. But when it comes down to it, like the ranged ones and the regular gobos, they all kind of look very similar to one another. So they're going to get different colors. This guy right here is kind of working as our template, but as you can see, if I just compare him to one of the goblins that we painted today, his skin looks a little different because it's different shades that I used on him. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that, but he's probably just going to end up being the one lone goblin that I paint like that. So, all right. Well, with that, I think we're going to hop out of here. Let me see if there's someone we can raid. Robbie said he was going to stream. I don't know if his name is Robbie Hobbies on Twitch. Of course it is, Charles. That's his Twitch name. Yeah, he is streaming right now. So how about we go raid Robbie since he's streaming, and yeah, we'll give him a raid, and yeah, so We'll go give him a raid, and I'm gonna go get some lunch. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow with more gobos, and thanks to everybody on YouTube who is who's hanging out. I had a lot of fun doing this stream, and we will continue to do more streams in the near future. So with that, I hope you all have a fantastic day.
Good. I have a very weird setup. This cable here in front of me is one of my cameras. I got us. Oh my god, I got a raid.